Okay, we have it. That should be live on both. Let's see. Alright, yeah, it works. Sorry for that. Fucking hell. Tech gremlins. They be rampant today. Alright, so it's working. I think we're all good. And we're working on Twitch now as well. Double check. Twitch. Yeah, working on both. Alright, sweet. Alright. Yeah, so I've updated the software so I can see both YouTube chat and Twitch chat all in the same chat box now. So there's no leaving YouTube chat out of the equation anymore. So there's no excuse. There's no excuse. Alright. So tech gremlins aside, we are back in action. Gonna do some streaming today. Gonna do some sketching. Gonna yeah, gonna do some sketching. Gonna do some bit of teaching stuff. So yeah, excellent. Powerful stuff, indeed. All right then. So you're gonna like this. I gave this as a bit of a revamp. We're gonna do old paintings that slap today. So here we are. Today's old painting that slaps is gonna be Anders Zorn, and this is the portrait of Frieda Schiff by Anders Zorn. Amazing painting. This one. Do you like my frame? Yeah, amazing painting. This one. Just you can see all of the brushwork in the dress here, which is what I really love about it. It's just very expressive. Nice, big, thick, juicy brush strokes. Look at this. Wonderful. Yeah, just Zorn at his best for sure. I really love the lost edges in the hair as well. Really good. Yeah, definitely. Just an amazing painting overall. Yeah, look at the way this hand's painted as well. Oosh. We living, we gaming. All right. So yes, that's today's old painting that slaps. Obviously, we've had Anders Zorn on before with watercolor and with one of his etchings actually, but I don't think we actually have had a Zorn oil painting on yet. So there you go. Excellent stuff. All right then. So let's then move over to just Photoshop, and we'll talk about the warm-up, the Lonely Elevator for One studies, and yeah, I've got a bit of a sort of study / teaching sesh lined up. So basically, Sarah, a gamer draws, has been doing some of the Lonely Elevator for One studies. Dropped them in the Discord, and I was just having a look at them. These are the studies that Sarah's been doing. And yeah, there was just some stuff that I noticed about these that I think is kind of maybe an area where a similar issue is like cropping up in the studies. I just wanted to like take these and sort of show you a little bit where they're going awry, because it's kind of the similar problem on all of them, and just how to fix it. And then maybe we'll just like do some rough drawings of these ourselves. I would say pretty much the Pantheon one's looking pretty good, right? Overall, I think this one has like the least issues, really. I feel like basically the orientation of the head is a little bit out here. He starts to sort of be in profile, but sort of has his face skewed a little bit. It's kind of like it's got skewed this way a little bit, the front plane of his face, and really it should be more like this, you know, with the center line over here, and then we're seeing stuff like that, like this. You see here he's kind of just, it's kind of like the profile view, but we've just moved his chin over. There isn't so much of this idea of like a box for the head. But anyway, that's something small. What I see mostly is the orientation of the arms. You know, in the references, a lot of the time they're in the sort of base pose, and the arms are going out diagonal from the body at a certain degree. But that doesn't appear to be the case in like this one for Jin, this one for Echo, or this one for Gragas. And I think we're maybe getting a little bit confused as to like what that orientation looks like from a different point of view. So yeah, I'll just sort of roughly take a few of these and we'll do them. We'll go from there, really. Let's take Jin, for example, from here, and we'll take him onto here. We got the refs at the top that you sent. Thank you very much. And I'll just do like a rough version of this so we can see, make sure I get a very similar box to you. But I will say one thing, I think you're doing this on like absolute hard mode right now. I know you wanted to challenge yourself with these, which is fine, but in the beginning I wouldn't choose these kind of references. I would just choose like a base mesh of something, no outfit, just anatomy. You can use these, but then the way that I would approach it would be different. I would let's make all these smaller actually. Yeah, the way that I would approach it, I would make it different, just because you're actually stopping yourself from getting it into the heart of the study, because you have this other difficulty in the way, which is like the outfit and all of its shapes and so on. So I would just make it a little bit easier on yourself. I think when you're doing a study, just have one goal with it. And that way you can just concentrate on that bit only. If you're trying to do like 4 things at once in a study, you can't really concentrate on either of them, and you then can't get fully what you want out of it. Okay. So yeah, with Jin here, so the way I would approach these, and I'll do it with this one, is to just think of everything as boxes, right, for now. And this should be the first pass anyway, okay? So just think of everything as a box. And this way you can just orientate things in space, you know, and I've already done that wrong. Then once you get comfortable with like the understanding where the box and everything is in space, you can then start breaking those down and pushing those further. Like I said, I think you started good on here. I think the biggest problems I see on these are where the feet end up width-wise, and how the arms work. as well. So one thing you got to remember, in the box here, is that, let's say your shoulders are this far apart up here. Okay, these lines converge with the sides of the box. Okay, so shoulder width up here and shoulder width down here follow the edges of the box, right? So that space is that space down here. So you're actually like making his legs come out like this as he gets further down, when really it's going to be something like I'm just thinking of cylinders here, trying to place those in space. So really it becomes more something like this, where that shoulder width on the box follows the edge down, and we get this space down here. See what I mean? So that's one thing, is to make sure of that, because this bottom part of the box, is in perspective is smaller than this, but it's the same space. So that's one thing. Obviously you've got outfit stuff off of here, but you see, because I'm using very basic shapes here for the body, it becomes a little bit easier to sort of edit, and then you can go in and do like another pass over it. Now with the arms going out, okay, here what it appears like the arms are doing is they're doing something like this, and then they're going back under. So from the front it appears like his arms are doing this. Is what you currently have drawn. So like starting up here, his arms basically just going straight out and down. Like this. And then the hands are on there. You see now this orientation looks like this. Whereas this one gives a different impression. It's like someone's standing there with the elbows bent and the hands coming back towards the body. And then this one, you'd be surprised how little you'll actually see of this. Be like thumb there like that. Then what has he got here? So it starts to look a little something like this. Does old Jin. So things to remember, I guess, that any measurements at the top of the box that you're continuing down. So in this case, we got the feet basically underneath where the shoulder starts, right? The clavicle, pretty much. This measurement, you got to take this measurement at the top, on the top of the box. Imagine there's just a blade coming down. Okay, and it's touching him like this. Okay, and if you continue this line down, it needs to be with the line of the edge of the box, and we have one on the other side, so that's going to hit his shoulder like here. And we continue this down. We see how they've got to be in the same perspective. They've got to appear to be going to the same vanishing point. Okay, so these edges are going to a vanishing point way down here somewhere. These are also going to that same vanishing point, and they're just spreading out. So this continues up this way, this edge continues up this way, and this line that we're making continues up, and so on. They're going to continue to, you know, infinity, getting further and further apart, in the same way that they're going to converge at a point down here. So if you think about it this way, you know, if I was to section this at the top here, oh my god, drawing boxes hard. If I was to draw a box like this, these lines, Jesus Christ, don't worry about it, line tool. These lines have got to converge at the same vanishing point as these edges further down, and then that creates our box, you know, down here. So that space is that space. You see how much it changes. Also, remember that this top surface, as all surfaces, if this is viewed from the top and it's, say, split into 3 equal spaces like this, here those 3 equal spaces won't be equal in size. This one will appear the biggest, this one the next biggest, this one the next biggest. So if you're splitting it into thirds, remember that as well, that these won't all be equal in perspective. So just remember that as well. And you can, you know, you can find the center line by doing the cross. This will give you the center, and so on. Then you can do the cross again and get the center here. You can do the cross again, get the center here, and you can start to build up, like, you know, exactly those shapes if you were so inclined. And that's where you could, if you wanted to, like, do this study in a much more controlled way than just eyeballing a box, you could do the box in 3D, and then you can grid it up properly and that. But I like to just freehand it because it keeps the drawing a bit looser, keeps everything else a bit looser. All right, so that's Jin. And I think the thing with Jin here is that it addresses the similar issue that we have here. We got the feet. Actually, it's not too bad here, but it is the arms. The arms need to just come out like this, like that on this one. I think his shoulders are a bit too wide here, and his head's a bit too small, essentially. Now we'll take Gragas, because I think Gragas is a good example. Draven, you pretty much have correct. Okay, the arms in this view would actually be coming directly towards us like this, and it would appear like really, really short. I'll show you this in 3D because it seems very unintuitive that it would look like this, but it looks exactly like this in 3D. So I'll show you that in a sec. But let's have a look at Gragas, because I think this is an interesting one. Gragas is a particularly difficult one because you have something that is in space. Do I do one-on-one mentorships? I have done in the past. Yep, I have done in the past. But like I'm saying, this stuff, perspective, like the basics as it were, you don't need a mentor for this. This stuff is, there's so much free information out there about perspective, including what we're doing right now. You don't need a mentor for that. You just need to, you know, do the studies do exercises like this, you know, you okay, so we got our box. We got our Gragas box. Okay, let's get rid of all these guys. Gragas. Okay, so let me just block out a Gragas, and then we'll talk about him. Okay, again, I would just start with boxes. Just represent the major masses as boxes. You know, you can give them a bit of curvature or whatever, but I would just stick to like simple stuff in the beginning, because it's hard enough getting the orientation and understanding all of that without introducing like all the nuances of an outfit. Okay, so here's Gragas here. Now when it comes to his arms, okay, again, what we have the appearance of here is that he's like, in your drawing, that he has really small hands and that his arm is doing this. What this looks like, right? I'm going to draw it on top. It looks like we have him doing this. And he's got really small hands, and they're like super tight to his body. Okay, that's what this looks like. Okay, and what we want is you know, the arm coming out. It's even like this. Okay, and then the hand. Okay, it's like this. Now, I understand why this happens. Why this happens. It's because you're thinking like, okay, if it's a cylinder, okay, I've got a cylinder, and I'm looking down at it, you know, it's got to be big at the top and thin at the bottom as it goes away from me. So you're sort of looking at this whole arm like that. Okay. But in the case of Gragas here, his arm is actually like thinner at the top and like thicker at the bottom. So when we look at this from the top, it kind of does like a little reverse. Yo, thanks Ivan Gilbert for the follow. Sorry, I didn't see that before. It's doing a little weird thing because it's getting wider at the bottom. When we see it from the top like this, and it's in perspective and it starts to get thinner, depending on the rate at which this tapering happens, you're actually barely going to see a change in width. Like this is going away from us, so it is getting thinner, but because the shape front on is like this, as this top face turns towards us in this orientation, this top face is getting bigger, it's getting wider, and this bottom face is appearing to get smaller. But they're doing it at such a rate that it appears like it's just a normal cylinder from the top, like this. So in this case, when his arms are coming out, you're going to see essentially that this doesn't become too much of a... It doesn't become really wide like this, but it also doesn't go really thin at the bottom. It's just turning at such a rate, it kind of just goes like, ooh, and becomes a normal cylinder. And if you were to keep turning it, or like, you know, it was long enough, you would see it start to taper, but it's going to do it at a different rate than a usual cylinder. But I'll show you this in 3D as well, because I think it would help. Love your explanation so much. I have issues in my drawing that I can't even pinpoint. I know something feels off, but I don't know what. I'm already doing studies on the side, but I really need someone to critique my works. Fair enough. Yeah, I think, you know, most stuff comes down to, you know, one fundamental or another. And I think identifying which of those fundamentals is the issue and just doing specific studies on that thing is like the quickest and most effective way that you can do that. And like, yes, it's helpful to have someone point stuff out to you. I get that. But if you can actually sit down and look at your work yourself and identify which of the fundamentals it is that are causing you the issue, you can very quickly solve your own thing. Sorry, they're just testing the fire alarm here a sec, so I'm just going to open up 3D and then I'll wait for the fire alarm to finish. And I'll show you a couple of things in 3D. Goddamn fire alarm. It works, it's alive. Like Toxicute, like I'm happy to help, but there are things that I can really help with, and there are things that people can just do by themselves to a certain point. Like I can help with the more specific things in a way that's going to really help, but when it's just fundamental problems, you know, it's not really something that I can spend a lot of my time doing. It's really just something that people have to work on themselves. I have limited time, you know, and when it's fundamental problems, it's really not something I can do for people. Fire alarm still going. One sec. Can you guys even hear the fire alarm? Can you guys hear it? I'm just going to make a coffee while that's going on. I'll mute it. Alright, okay, it's gone. There we go. Sorry about that. Here we are. So look, we're in 3D. Very helpful, right? I did mock up the box and mannequin in 3D, but avoided looking at it too much. Well, at least Chow will know when there's a fire. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so we're in 3D coat here. Let's just quickly make a tapering cylinder to show you. I'll show you what's going on. Okay, so this is like our Gragas example, okay? Okay, so we have a cylinder that tapers wider towards one end. Alright. Now if I start to turn the view so that we see it more from the top, okay? Watch what happens to the width of this bottom edge and also the perception of the tapering of the sides, right? At a certain point of me turning it, the top surface and the bottom surface become near enough equal, and it appears that it is just a normal straight cylinder seen isometrically, right? But instead it is actually a tapered cylinder, and same if I do it this way, you can see that bottom edge becomes really, really small, right? So with that Gragas example, we're seeing the arm, you know, going away at a certain angle, and it starts to look actually more just like a normal cylinder than, see here, than what's happening here. So you're pinching the bottom of it, when really it just starts to become a bit more like a normal cylinder, like that. And that's also because it's like the ratio between the widest part of it and the length of it are very, very similar. So there's going to be a point quite quickly as you turn it that happens. If this cylinder's really long, you know, that changes how quickly that happens. If this cylinder's really short, you see how we can't really make it happen. So there's a sort of relationship that happens there where it needs to be like a certain length and a certain amount of taper that it's going to start to happen. You see, like here it's just under that. So that's with that as the example. And basically what it makes it look like is just it makes it look like a regular cylinder seen isometrically. So let's go primitives again. Okay. So this is a cylinder, right? But you still, it appears to get that, you know, tapering because it's in perspective. But if you look at this isometrically, it's always a cylinder, right? Like it's always got straight edges. But we don't see isometric, right? We see 5-point curved and linear, so it's like this. Okay, so that's with that. Then with Draven, okay, let's look at this dude here. Oh, maybe the floor actually helps. So now this guy is basically in the exact same orientation that Draven is in. Ruined Draven. Here we go. Arms out to the side. Okay. Right here. Arms out to the side. Now if we turn this to like a view like that you've drawn him from, like this. You see, you weren't too far off. The arm is going to come towards us, so it's going to appear really, really short, okay? And you actually had that pretty decent. Let's have a quick. It just feel that, see? Arm coming straight towards the camera pretty much. Same here. Look at this. You got the exponential shortening of the proportions pretty good as we're going up. right? You know, this, and so on. And you also got the shortness of the arm pretty decent as well. So, yeah, that one is interesting, because when you were drawing this, I bet you were thinking, this can't be right. Like, this can't be. But it is. And it's just because it's coming directly towards the camera, you know. So, yeah, you pretty much had that one spot on. Really nice to see these breakdowns. Yeah, for some reason, force perspective in my mind as well, I thought of something you have to just kind of feel out. Nice to see the different ways to correct yourself. Yeah, exactly. You just got to remember a few things about it. This is very cool, just listening in the background, but still picking up a lot of things I could try myself. Yeah, indeed. Practiced a lot in the previous days looking at 3D models. Yeah, exactly. I think it's very helpful because it can confirm things, right? You'd be drawing this one and be thinking, like, wait, that can't be right. Okay? You'd be like, that can't be right. And lo and behold, I don't know what's going on there. But lo and behold, it is. You know, it's good to at least have a base knowledge in 3D that you can just like set something up and look at it like this. Let's do another thing really quickly. Let's get a cube. Let's do it like this though. So we got one cube. We got another cube. Okay, we got another cube. And let's make this one purple. This one blue. This one dark green. Okay. Okay, so these are our cubes, okay? And I've got them in isometric view right now. Okay, so let's put them in perspective view. Now, these three, when seen from the side, like this, in flat on, you see, okay, they're all the same length, right? They're the exact same size, okay? And they take up a third of this overall length each, okay? We can all agree on that. This is one of those things that you need to remember when you're trying to draw something in a different orientation. Amargo94, thank you for the follow. Is that when I turn this in space like this, let's turn the grid off for a second. You see now that the green cube is longer than the blue cube is longer than the purple cube. There is an exponential shortening of that length the further away it goes. And if I was to put another cube on the end, it would be even shorter than the purple one, and so on and so forth. So if you need to remember this in your box, if you're drawing your thing from the bottom, okay, this is happening with the proportions of the figure as it goes up. If this is on the top and your head is in the middle, everything on the far side that's the same size as stuff in the foreground is going to be shorter, and so on and so forth. You got to remember that divided space isn't equal in perspective. If it's a half flat on, it's not a half. It is the half, but it's foreshortened. Okay, you've got to remember this. This is extremely important when it comes to like drawing arms, drawing the overall proportions of the figure in perspective. If something is 50-50 flat on, it won't be 50-50. The perception of it won't be 50-50 in perspective. Yeah, you got to remember that. And that happens exponentially, right? You see here, I can get it to a point where that purple square at the end is like 1 pixel thin. You see that the blue one is like 4 pixels thin, and this one is like 8 pixels thin. You see what I mean? They're all the same length. They're all the same width. Everything. But in perspective, that changes. And that's the biggest thing with these lonely elevator studies. These is that proportions are not created equal in perspective, and that is foreshortening in a nutshell, basically. That is foreshortening in a nutshell. So you got to remember this when you're doing these kind of studies. You know, if you have a guy's proportions, you know, my really cool man here, and the proportion of the top half of his body is equal to the proportion of his bottom half of the body, right? Is 1-to-1, same length either side. And you're going to see this guy from the top like this. That halfway point that would be on the front of the box here, this halfway point is here in perspective. So that means those legs are there like this. Then we have that pelvis box. Okay, then we have that chest box, and I'm really fucking this up now, and then we have that head box. His proportions change like this. This is still half. Okay. This is still 1-for-1. Obviously, the more severe the perspective, the more severe that is. And I think if you can hold on to that idea in your mind when you do these, and when you start to sort of draw anything in perspective, you know, if you've got your ref and you've got it from one angle, and you can roughly identify, like, oh, okay, these top proportions are X, Y, and Z, you can much better judge that you've done it correct, like this. So yeah, have a try. See if you can sort those things out. Honestly, like, the more you do these kind of studies, the more all of this stuff will stick in your mind, and you'll just naturally start to draw that way. It won't be much of an issue, or at least your first attempt won't be too far off, you know. But yeah, really good studies. Like, this is, I like you said, this is like day 11 of you doing these, and yeah, you're a very, very diligent studier. But you already did some really good stuff here. Like I said, Pantheon is looking pretty good overall. Like, he does have this proportion of just being like one block down the middle, and I think we had this pretty well. Yeah, the only thing I would say here is like the orientation of his head, specifically like the lower part of his face, feels a bit skewed. But otherwise, you almost did this one perfect. So it's really good, and you're doing it on hard mode, like I said, with the outfits. It's way harder to just start going in and translating this outfit. But yeah, great stuff. And I might be thinking like, well, why is this even useful, right? Maybe you're not thinking that. I'd hope that you can see the use for it. But when I get references for an illustration, I might get the concept art. Okay, I might get like the front, side and back view of the character. Okay, and that's if the character is like something that they've concepted out in this way. Sometimes you just get the sort of like VizDev version of this where it's like it's one sketch of the guy and he's like in 3/4 and it's kind of like a rough sketch, and then they have a screenshot of like the scene that he's in the background where he's like doing something, and they're like, okay, this is the guy. He's gonna be doing this thing, and you're like, oh, okay. So you got to use those references, and then you got to build him up in the pose that he's in doing the thing. And so you are basically at that point doing a lonely elevator for one. And I think it is also like the building block to just better conceiving of ideas in your mind as well. If you can break stuff down in this way, that you can just conceive of stuff in simple shapes in space, I think you're going to have a much easier time like conceiving of ideas in your mind as well, without necessarily having to draw something down. Or if you do draw something down, that it's somewhat more accurate as well. Because I tell you what the biggest problem is, and you've probably come across this yourselves, is that you have an idea for something, okay? You have an idea, you do a sketch, okay? You do a sketch, and it's got like wicked energy to it. Okay, it's got really good like energy to it, and you're like, wow, yeah, I love the energy of this, of my sketch, right? And you're like, I'm going to take this one forward, and this is going to be my new piece that I'm going to work on. So you lower the opacity, and you're like, okay, but I need to draw it. I need to draw it out properly now, because I can't work with the sketch. It's too rough. And then, so you get some photo reference, and you start to copy your photo. Okay. And you've copied your photo reference that you saw, and now suddenly that sketch that had like a lot of energy, is now this. And you keep looking back at your sketch, and you're like, man, the sketch had so much life and energy to it, right? So much more gesture and direction, and then my like tidied up one just doesn't have that. It's more correct, right? It's the proportions that you wanted, but it doesn't have the energy anymore, and so you get stuck between this like place of like, I prefer this, the motion and everything in this one, but this one is correct. This one is correct. I think if you can conceive of things in space better from the beginning, your first attempts are more correct, and therefore you're not relying so much on reference, but also you're able to take forward your initial sketches and use those directly to like build out, you know, your work going forward, you know, and you're much better at it, essentially. That's what I'm saying, because the correction is the killer. So if you can more accurately portray what's going on in the first instance, you're less likely to have to correct everything and like ruin it, essentially. And I think it's that disconnect between like the vision and the execution that causes the problem of when you are tidying things up or like getting things ready to move forward, that you run into all these issues. It's also a big goal just to be able to put thumbnails down quickly that capture what I'm imagining, rather than being blocked and slowed by fundamental issues and reference issues. Yeah, I'll show you. I've got something here that I kind of was working on, but what I try and do initially is like, you know, let's say I try and conceive of the idea in a very simple way. Okay, this is an idea that I've been working on the last few days, but I start by being like, okay, this is the idea as a sketch, like this. Okay, big dude sat here, muscly guy. He's got a little bird on his finger. He's in a hot pool. Okay, he's got his big hand in the foreground. Maybe there's some other birds on his arm, some other birds in the foreground. But he's in this hot pool, right? And he's laughing at the little bird. So I have this idea like this, as like a sort of a splash art for a champion, right? Then if I like what's going on here, what I then do is I'll go into 3D and I'll just block that scene out really roughly, and then I will use that to underpin like the next stage of the drawing, because like I have the vision here. I can get that out quick, and then I'm like, okay, I want to play with the space. So this is how this was done. Okay, so let's go through all these stages quickly. Let's duplicate that. Let's get my references out of here. Okay, so this is kind of my thumbnail for this idea, right? Imagine he's a big muscly dude. He's got like these big powerful fists, right? You know, very generic sort of character, but I want to show him as like a much more sort of like caring, sort of gentle giant kind of type, and do like a splash art for him that just has that kind of character to it. Like we can tell that he's a big tough like fighter, right? But and I could show that in a splash. But actually, I think to show that he has this more sort of like caring, like natural side to him, where he's almost like a father figure sort of thing. That this would be a better way to sort of present him in a splash artwork to sort of show his personality off. So anyway, that's the idea here, and we sort of sketched that out to a point. And what I'd done is there was a rough sketch before this that was basically, something along these lines. And I drew over that a couple of times to sort of get up to this point. And then I start to like build flat shapes for everything underneath and get this all, looking the way it is. Then, I continue to sort of like work that up, so on and so forth. To this, but at some point I built a little 3D model here of the scene, to sort of help me conceive of like the lighting and the overall, planes, if you like. And this I'll use as a reference, to sort of underpin how this will look. And then I also built a very rough version of the hand to help inform like what the notes are going to look like there. And I was just going over with a thicker pen really to sort of draw in my notes. I wanted these things in his chest, and so on. And so these are like all the building blocks I need to kind of make this. I also got some ref here for like in a sort of steamy kind of cave like this. I imagine the ceiling behind him could look something a bit like this. And that the watery satin, this is really good. Like imagine that. Like this. He's sat in the steamy pool. We got the other side of it like this. Yeah. Ceiling, blah blah blah. See where I'm going with this. In here, so that's kind of something I'm going to start creating, and we'll work on this today. But I just wanted to run you through the initial like creation process for that so far. The hand as well is like, it's not necessarily the design that I will end up going for. I will probably like just freestyle the design of the hand, but what I wanted here was just some idea of the planes to reference. I think this guy, if you imagine his proportions, are like, he's a big dude. He's something like, he's something like this in terms of proportions. He's got those kind of big jade stone fists. But yeah, he's something like that, right? Very, very generic design. Let's get some music on. Yeah, very generic design. Don't really care about that. It's more for the mood. In here. So yeah, I also wanted these sort of like, I imagine, right? He's got these kind of these things, these cylinders that are sort of embedded in his chest, and they would be sort of jade stone with like some carvings in. And they are sort of sat in his pectoral like this. But then when he's like fighting and he gets really mad, they come out, you know, even further. And it's like, it's almost like a sort of a limiter valve. Oreo chest, yeah, exactly. It's like, and maybe he's got some on his back, or like, you know, even in his arm, there's more. But yeah, maybe his back is kind of, his back's kind of like this, and he's got those down his back, and they would when he invokes the power of the ancients, you know, and his limiters come out. He's got his little head, his little bun like that. Okay, so this is what my guy's like. Itchy nose. Yeah, so these would come out, and maybe they're arranged differently. We can come up with that as we go. But yeah, this is the idea. And then these little birds here are going to be. I'll show you. Fantail bird. Yeah, these are little birds. Fantails. New Zealand bird. Pretty cool. So he's going to be in this little cave, having his steam bath. A little fantail on his finger that's making him laugh. The light from the cave is going to like come through the top. You know, and highlight his finger here with the little fantail on it. Yeah, a little fantail like this. And it's going to be making him laugh. So there's quite a sort of caring, relaxed moment as he sat there, but we can see just like, pardon me, how big and like powerful he is. And that's the juxtaposition, you know, that you don't have to just show powerful by having smashing something. You know, you just have this juxtaposition of something very big and like heavy appearing, and juxtapose it with something very delicate and small. Okay, and like we can then tell that this guy has a sort of a caring nature. You know, he's not just like a brute. He could be in battle, right? But it's almost like you can see what he's fighting for. And that kind of tells you a little bit more about his character, you know? So you got that little fantail up there. And then maybe there's some other little birds and stuff that are, you know, dotted around. We see them on the edge here. Maybe we see some more like on his hand. Maybe there's even a couple like flying around, you know, in the cave. But we get from this just like a sense of character building, and that, you know, maybe he's bathing after a fight, and this is just like a light moment. And also he's found something funny in this interaction, which again is just goes into like character building. He's such a little big guy with teeny birds. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Put his huge fingers so delicately. It's like such a nice little bit of detail. Yeah, exactly. It's it's just building to come across as a light-hearted moment, and the juxtaposition of it is what is kind of enriching the narrative and making it interesting, right? It's like we could have this guy doing like Hulk smash, and that would be a cool illustration in and of itself. But I do find that these kind of if the character's personality requires it, these kind of quieter moments I think are much more powerful and more engaging for the viewer, in my opinion. Okay, so that being said, we will continue with this one. I will take you through the process from this point onwards to painting it and how we will do that. No surprises. It's how we do all of them. But yeah, we'll do this. So I'm just going to make a quick coffee, and then we'll continue with this. Yeah, I'll put him in the frame. I'll put him in the frame while I just make a coffee real quick. Lol. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I'll be right back. It won't be long. Yo. Alright. Here we go. So yeah, at this point I have quite a lot of things kind of established, right? Composition. I could talk a bit about the choices for that, if you want. Um, what I want with the composition here is for the space to feel large, and there to be contrast between like these tiny birds that we kind of know the scale of, and this huge man and this cave that he's in. So I decided the best way to show this would be a few ways to like to show scale across the image, for us to be like looking up at him as well. So in terms of scale, like I have this edge of the pool, if you like, that curves away. So it's doing something like this, okay? And we're going to have some birds down here, which we are going to directly then see the scale difference of from here. So if a bird down here is like this big, and then up here it's this big, we know, okay, it's quite large. The edge of the pool here is like acting as the floor for us, basically. We are like sat on this ledge behind the birds, so we have to look up at him, as do the birds, right? Then we also have the other scale factor, is like we have big hand in the foreground here, okay, large fingers, so on, and then we get to see that one really far away, like this big. So we can, again, we just get a sense of that scale. We've got two things here: birds in the foreground, birds in the distance, birds in the far distance, and then we've got like this hand is here also, and this gives us a sense of scale and proportion change right there. We are looking up at this guy, we're sat on this ledge, so we look like up into the underside of all of these planes like this, even these ones. All these planes we're looking at the underside of, right? So we if we were sat on this ledge, we are sat there looking upwards, at this guy. So that puts the viewer, us, in the position that, say, like the birds in the illustration also are, where we're looking up at him. Okay, we lose that sense of scale if we put our viewers somewhere else. We could do it, and we'd have to be wise about how we do it as well. Yeah, I think again this composition is fairly like there is space. Okay, there's space being traversed. Okay, but it is shown in a kind of a flatter way, and the composition therefore is a bit simpler. So, for example, if I was to like split this in thirds, right? What'd you say? Something like this. Ugh. Yeah, so we've devoted like 1/3 to this like bottom half of the picture where we exist, where ultimately nothing much is going on. The only thing that we really care about is the birds here for scale. This is our big kind of payoff area. This is like what he's looking at. This is going to be like the brightest part of the image, and it's going to like really highlight the little bird silhouette on his finger. This is the big storytelling moment. And this one like sits right on the third. It's going to be really well lit, and everything else is taking a bit of a subordinate role to that. We have the face here. It's not on the third. It also is not going to be as well lit as the hand. It's taking a secondary role to this. This is like what I want you to read first. Okay? And then here. So the lighting is going to hit this the most. And then this is also going to have a bit of contrast so we see it. But essentially, this is the read. And then everything else is secondary to that. Like at some point you're going to notice these guys. Some point you're going to notice this. But this top part is the most important thing. And that's why a lot of these things aren't all placed on like these third injunctions. Like this most important one is this is offset, this is offset. There's really nothing much happening, and I don't put anything in these. To keeping compositionally keeping that stuff in its own place. In terms of the lighting, we're gonna have this light from up and behind. Okay, it's coming in at an angle like this kind of angle. If it was a spotlight, so it's coming in from out of view, up and behind. It's probably just like a hole in the cave ceiling, like on our ref. Like on our ref here. One of these holes. The atmosphere inside is going to be like very steamy as well, like this. So we can tell it's a hot pool. But that's going to be nice for like the steam coming off the pool itself and all of that. It's just going to be a nice atmosphere. The light catching the steam is going to be chef's kiss as well. And also his fists are going to be made of like jade. So I don't know if you've ever seen like light coming through jade, but it glows in this really nice way. Let me find a good picture. Okay, it looks like this. So you imagine there's going to be some nice interplay of light. And it won't be like, because this is a really thin, tiny bit of jade. Like imagine, the middle is really, really sort of deep. And then you're just going to get that really nice, like, anyway, so that's going to be like that. And then shining nugget. Yeah, indeed. So then again with the lighting, that's the main light source back here shining in. But what we're going to have is like some light that hits the pool, all through here. So there's light bouncing around, and it's going to bounce back into our man. So very subtly, all the sort of underside planes are going to get some bounce light. So we'll get a little bit under his chin, for example, and stuff like that. So it's just going to have this like very slight glow to it, which is just going to make it feel very like comforting and fuzzy. Lots of soft edges and so on. These things in his chest are also jade. There and there. So they'll get a bit of internal lighting. Maybe there's even like a hint of like, some magic in there, This fist obviously is also jade, but that's going to be mostly in the shadow with just a little specks up here and there. Yeah, and then the background is going to be like those caves. So it's going to be fairly muted palette overall, and then the green is really going to provide a nice pop here. And then there's going to be like bits of color in the tattoos and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, maybe even he has some like face paint on, something like that. In terms of those markings, we'll figure those out. Anyway, sorry. It's probably like really boring. You just paint it already. So yeah, we'll go from here. So I'm just going to take this. And we'll just put it in a new file for now. The eyes are closed so they can't be glowy. Yeah, I know. What am I going to do? Guys, you're witnessing it here first. First hand. No glowy eyes. Okay. I'll just quickly save this. Hey yo, and we need to come up with a name for this champion as well. At the moment, I've just called him Big Fist and Bird. That's that's what it's called. But we need a name for him. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some line art for him, and then we're going to make some flats. Then we'll drop some color in those flats. You know how we go. We'll go from there. Line art shouldn't take too long though. Ernie and the bird. Ernie's quite nice. But don't know that Ernie he doesn't seem like a Ernie, you know. My sort of inspiration is sort of, you know, almost like Maori kind of inspo, you know. He's creasing up though, whatever the bird said to him. It's got him going. So I'm going to Concept 101 Drink and Draw this evening in London, which should be fun. Looking forward to it. You just got back from visiting London at the weekend. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it's going to be hot, hot, hot today. Would love to start up a drink and draw in my city at some point. Which city are you in? Up in Dundee. Oh, okay, damn. Long way. Yeah, you should set something up. Okay, yeah, we can briefly talk about landmarks, right? There's landmarks that I think can be pretty helpful when you're drawing to kind of keep things in check, especially the body. Okay, so it's important when you're drawing, especially when you're drawing like the chest and like torso and pelvis, right, of a character, to find your landmarks. Okay, and what do I mean by landmarks? Landmarks are places on the body where the bone is close to the skin, and these will help you orientate what's going on, whether the orientation of the body itself, but also like where to attach muscles, and then how to deal with like muscles if someone's musclier or if someone's skinnier, etc. Because the skeleton doesn't change. Okay, the skeleton, regardless of whether you are like Ronnie Coleman or me, we pretty much have the same skeleton. All the stuff attaches to the same places. It's just bigger and more bulging, right? And same if you were to take me or like someone that was like a lot skinnier than me. The difference between us is just musculature and body fat. It's nothing to do with the skeleton. So these landmarks are always there. They're always the same. And what I want to look for are landmarks that help me identify where the center of the body is, because then I can understand if the body is like twisted in a way. I can help myself understand where that is also happening. Let's do this on a different layer. Where that is also happening. Okay. So if someone's twisted like this, it's going to help me understand these. So what are they? Okay, things I look out for. Okay, this here, the suprasternal notch, or the pit of the neck. Okay, it's at the base of your neck here, it's this little divot, you know, this bit here that goes inwards. That here is where both collarbones meet. It's called the suprasternal notch, but also it's the pit of the neck. And it's also where the sternocleidomastoid, if I do this, these two lines, those two muscles, that's where they attach. Okay, so it's quite a good one for understanding the orientation of the head. It's a good one for understanding the center point as well. So I'll draw them on my guy here. This is the pit of the neck, okay, and the sternocleidomastoid is this on either side, okay, and that's why his like Adam's apple, his throat sticks out in the middle. If you feel your trachea, here, right, your esophagus, your gullet, right, you feel that going down, you get to the pit of the neck. Either side of that, you've got these two column-like muscles, and they form like a V shape, like this. Do them in red because they're in red here. They're like this. Your esophagus comes up the middle, okay, and then here is the pit of the neck, or the suprasternal notch, okay. You wanna identify that. It's in the center, okay. And it's good for identifying the direction of the head, because if you think about your head like this, okay, and it's looking that way, and we'll call that forward. You know, this stuff looks like this. But if I was to then turn my head, okay, so I'm now looking that way, like this. They cross. This one will cross in front of this one. So the center stays here, and this is the back of the head. You know, he's turned his head. They move. You see? Oh, you fuck! I'm not drawing. The scene, sire. Yeah. So yeah, they're like this on either side. You turn your head, and it follows it. Okay, it's like a pivot point in the middle, so it follows like that. Okay, so that's a really important one, the suprasternal notch there. The other one that we are looking for and the other one that we're looking for is the sternum. Okay, and now the sternum is this bone in the middle of your rib cage that most of your ribs, not all, but most of your ribs attach to with some cartilage. Okay, like this. So the sternum is the bit in the middle, and it looks like a little tie, like this. So you can kind of imagine the pit of the neck as the knot, and the suprasternal, the pit of the neck as the knot, and the sternum as the tie. Okay, and this will help you identify which way the chest is facing. So you can see if someone is like twisted and facing like this way, you know, or another direction, or if they're laying down, it's going to look like this, you know, with the rib cage out like that. And the collarbones are at the very top like this, separate bones that go out from that. You even have like a few tiny ribs there, and you got some ribs that don't attach at the bottom here, floating ribs. I can actually like pop my bottom rib out on one side, but you have some ribs that don't attach to the sternum. Anyway, again, the sternum is like this very bony bit in the middle of your chest. If you get super jacked, let's find a picture. Let's get Ronnie Coleman up again. Ronnie. Just unbelievable. This guy's so ripped. Okay. Uh, it's like a joke. Okay. Let's see on Ronnie here. Pit of the neck. Sternocleidomastoid. Sternum. Okay. So these things we can tell orientation by. We can see by the shape of the sternocleidomastoid that he's looking towards us. We can tell that this is the center of his body and this is the center of his chest, and obviously then like the pecs and everything come off of this. At the very bottom of the sternum here, you'll feel it kind of has like a little lump to it. Has like a little lump to it. At the end, it's like a little spike. That is the bottom of the front of the rib cage. Okay, and then your rib cage goes out and around like this. Like I said, it's in there. He's in there somewhere. His rib cage. All right. So this lets us know what this plane is, and that's very helpful for orientation as well. Like I said, it doesn't matter if you're me or if you're Ronnie Coleman or if you're like a 9-year-old child. Okay, you can see these landmarks. So that's why they're super useful to understand, more so than understanding the shape of the muscles or anything like that. As you can see, the muscles can be crazy shapes, and therefore it's only somewhat helpful to understand what the shape of a muscle is. But, my bicep compared to Ronnie Coleman's bicep is a completely different shape. So learning like the shape of the bicep is kind of somewhat like this is pretty much useless, right? Understanding that the bicep connects to the arm up here and connects to the arm down here, and that it can either be in like a relaxed state like this, or it can be in a sort of under duress like this. That's the stuff that's worth knowing. Also, again, these landmarks. So these areas, they don't change. Okay, these will indicate that Ronnie Coleman's got a little rib cage in here. Like this. So that's what I'm kind of identifying when I'm drawing. I know someone the other day was asking about anatomy and like how to go about learning it, and that's kind of a bit more of a helpful way of going about it than just straight up learning muscle shapes and stuff, because they change drastically. And you'll be identifying and drawing collarbones on every single thing you draw. Yeah, the muscle shapes, all of that stuff changes every time, and you don't need to get it right either. Like I said, they change so much. As long as you roughly know where it's going and where it's come from, it honestly doesn't matter. Yeah, this is coming from Jim Lee himself. It's crazy how bodybuilders can flare out their latimus like wings. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I know I always bring Ronnie Coleman up as the example, but it's just because he's so, like, insanely proportioned that it's a good example of like why why landmarks are more important than muscle shapes. The other thing I think is important to understand as well is like, don't think of the contour of things. Don't think of, if you're thinking of a rib cage and a chest, don't do this. Don't think chest comes down, flank of the body, you know, waist, flank, and then the chest comes out, and then I've got shoulders and I've got lats, traps rather, you know. Don't think like this. This is thinking of the contour. Don't do this. This is going to make you end up with drawings that are very wonky and where your poses don't make sense. And it's easy to remember contours. I think this is why people gravitate towards it. And it's kind of how we look at things, right? We look at a person and we go to draw them. And what we're drawing is the boundary between like the person and the atmosphere around them. So we draw that boundary, we draw the contour. Okay, but when it comes to inventing figures, to inventing poses, this isn't helpful. Instead, what you should try and do is, if you want to think of like a rib cage, okay, is you make a simple shape for it. And if you want, you know, this part is this. Then if you want to think about the torso, like the sort of the midriff portion here, let's do it in a different color. If you want to think about this, think about how that shape inserts into the one above. If your rib cage is wider, think about how this shape inserts into this shape. And that way, if you were to change the view, okay, if I change the view to be even more extreme, so we're like looking much more from below, I think about, you know, this shape being a smaller shape that inserts into a larger shape here, and it's in 3D. Okay, so when you're conceiving of stuff, like try and think more in volume and break each part up into a separate shape and think how those two shapes interlock with each other. You know, the arm is a good example for this as well. You know, if you draw the arm and you like deltoid, tricep, elbow, thing, you know, bicep, and so on, you could kind of get that right, all right? But if you think about it more like a set of shapes that interlock into each other, and you build things up like this. Okay. You build things up in this manner. You're going to have a much easier time inventing figures and changing orientation and like drawing from your imagination. One thing that helped me on simplifying the figure is by looking at figurines. Yeah, great example. Great example. Yeah, because they already do it. But yeah, I think the tendency is you go to life drawing or something and you're looking at the figure in front of you and you just start drawing the contour of the thing. Instead, like, try and conceive of it as shapes and just how those shapes interlock. Is the one before it bigger or smaller? If it's bigger, then like how does this shape in the front interlock into the one in the back? And so on. And that kind of thinking is going to accelerate your ability to draw in 3 dimensions massively, because you aren't just seeing things as 2-dimensional boundaries between, the air and the body, or the chair and the rest of the room. You are thinking of it as three-dimensional shapes that exist in a space, and how those shapes interact and interlock with each other. So the exact design of this hand I will probably mess around with more as we render. Using this more just to have some planes there to think about and give me something to make some flat shapes from. I do want to keep the fingers and stuff quite sort of flat and not too thick, so that we get a nice light play inside of them. And I just kind of like that aesthetic of this sort of flattened stone, if you like. But yeah, we will probably work on the design more once it's at the painting stage, more than anything. Like I said, I'm not too bothered about what they look like in this current state. Obviously, if this was client work, you'd have a design, right? Unless they're asking you to design in the illustration, which very, very rare. But even if you have a design, making a rough 3D model, even if it's not the correct design, just to help orientate yourself in space, really helpful. Oh yeah, itchy. Okay. But like I said, design of this, not too bothered about right now. We'll figure that out in the painting. And then the thumb in here. Okay, do we have everything we need? So let's get some different music going. Got jump scared by Ronnie Coleman on my other screen just then. Ronnie. Little round boy. Nice work. The 4 nipple situation looks kind of weird though. Don't you worry about it. Trust me. I think there's going to be some other like sort of inlays maybe in here, but you'll see. It's you'll see where I'm going with it. Okay, flats time. Let's do it. Alrighty, we continue. The flats is something I usually do off stream, the in between bit, because it is boring AF. But luckily, this one doesn't have too many. And these like limiter kind of pistons going in here, these are going to be probably later we'll make something in 3D to go in here. Again, ellipses, you know, pain in the ass. Outsource that. Outsource that to 3D. We doing vector art today? Nope. Nope. Illustrator. uh. Okay. So let's quickly save that. Sip this. Check the time. Sorry for the question, but how are you making the selection from the pen tool so fast? I usually right click and go make a selection, but you don't seem to be doing that. Yeah, when you make a pen tool selection like this and it's a closed, well, it doesn't even have to be closed. If you press Control Enter, it will turn that into a selection. But I have that on a hotkey, so I'm just pressing Control Enter, and that's why it comes up really quick. But it doesn't need to even be closed. Like if you've got the pen tool and you just go like this and you hit Control Enter, it will just close up the end for you. So it's really quick if you're doing, something like this edge and you're like, oh, I need all of this. But then you get to this point and you just go da-da-da-da-da and then close it. Yeah. So I just have it set as a hotkey on my, because I use one of these, hang on. I use one of these, and Control Enter is that one. Yeah. Right. What's nice about this thing is that all these buttons are different macros. So, like flipping the screen and all of that kind of stuff. Opening up curves, opening up HSB sliders, eraser, brush and pen tool, undo, do, all of that kind of stuff. And so I just keep my hand on this the entire time. And that way I never have to take this drawing hand off the tablet. So it's just kind of very efficient, This one hand is always on the tablet, and the other hand is always on the macro pad. And I never have to like reach for the keyboard because I work on a laptop, and the laptop is like away from me, and I'm working on a screen, so it's like it's all in one place. What am I doing? Going crazy. Going crazy. I heard of Toolbox 2 that's similar, but that looks like it has many more buttons for shortcuts. Yeah, this thing is for like, MMOs, gaming. And to be honest, it's a little bit annoying to set up, and the software isn't great. But I've used one of these now for like 10 years, so I'm just super used to it. I feel like I'd maybe want to go back to like just using a normal keyboard I'm not sure. Just for ease of use. I've had to set this thing up so many times for various different reasons. Like either the software craps out or I've got a new computer and my preferences won't save, all that kind of rubbish. So yes. But anyway, it is very handy. It does speed up my workflow for sure. It just also is a little bit annoying sometimes. Okay, let's get my references here. I'm going to need these for colors. Actually, there's some quite nice slight warms in here. Yeah, I've got some friends who use like one of those tour box ones. They've got like a nice variety of buttons on them. You know what I mean? So I'm using the mixer brush here. I took that photo. I essentially used a filter on it to just turn it into a color palette, basically. And now I'm using the mixer brush to basically just mash that shape around. And just get a sense of what the space could be back there. And how I might want to like divide that space up. Been so tempted to get one, but I'm too used to my keyboard shortcuts. I'm worried I won't actually use it. I mean, there's a bit of adjustment, right? When you first set it up, it's a bit of adjustment to like figure it out and be like, ugh. But yeah, after a while your brain figures it out. You just want one that you can set macros up on. I don't know how that toolbox works, but you don't just want to be like have one that just sets keyboard buttons. You want to be able to set macros to it, because that's where it really helps, because Now, if I want to super copy, you know, like make an entire copy of my image like this on top, that you used to normally have to press Control Alt Shift E, I think. But I've just got that on one button, you know, and that's where it really comes into its own. Huh. There we go. Crazy. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the real thing is just trying to limit the amount of movement that you're doing across a keyboard and away from what you're doing. And that way you can just be a bit more efficient. These aren't necessarily the exact shapes that are going to be up here. I'm just sort of putting stuff down to help myself, again, conceive over the space. And then like we can muck around with them later. Okay, just laying down colours in our flats here. I'm just sort of using the palette that we've got. I'm just roughly putting things down where I think they should go. And then we'll, when we get into painting these various bits, we'll sort them out. But it's good to be able to try and like see everything you're working with. Yo, what have I done here? I've done that weird thing again. I don't even know how I do this. I'm like copying the painting down. I don't know. I'm pressing one button and too close to another, and it's fucking my shit up. Errors 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. The disc in his chest are going to be. Do I have it in here? He has these like discs that when he'd be fighting, they'd like pop out, like unlimit his potential. But I don't exactly know where they're going to be on him yet. So maybe in his chest, in some configuration, they would be on his back. They may even be on the arm in some way. I might even have them as like some shapes on his serratus. I'm not really sure yet. I'm just going to come up with them a bit later on. But those are just placeholders at the moment. His big nipples, basically. Oh, damn nice. Indeed. Indeed. This nice green, deep green. So yeah, like really, we're in the really like deep parts. It's going to be like very dark, right? Like this, blah 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 blah. Where the light glances it, you see that you get this like much more sort of grey green kind of look. So that's where the light like hits it directly and it glances it. You get that, and then you get this really nice like subsurface sheet going on. And Pounamu, which is this stone here, just has these really lovely patterns in it. So it's going to look pang. Eternal, what's going on, bruv? Brother. So down here, it'll be really dark in these. And we maybe get a little bit of light from the pool. On the bottom side. So that'll be really nice like that. Doing okay, how about you? Yeah, dude. I'm alright. Good as can be. Alright. Well, enjoy lurking, man. Damn, he has big lats. Yeah, he's a big boy. He a big boy. Second nips. Oh, you guys are weird, eh? I'll have to change the design. Wait, where did my line work go? Did I delete it? Oh my god. I'm gonna crash out. Very tempting to add tattoos on those shoulders and get... Nah, man, he's gonna have tattoos. He's gonna have tattoos. Where is our... Where's our sketch? Here we go. My man's gonna have tattoos. Nice, I'm in. I'm glad you're in. You seen the viz? You seen the viz? Nice. Nice one, Sarah. Knew it. Yeah, it was doing it last. That was it. Because it was doing it last time. I was using the mixer brush, wasn't it? I def haven't been trying to find that for the past 15 minutes. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. But thank you. I will change that. Actually, what am I attempting to do here? All right, give me a second. I just need to pop to the bathroom. 2D Jam. Thanks for the follow. All right, yeah, give me a sec. I just need the loot. I'll be. Oh, let's send Daisy a quick update as well. Be like, Daisy, this is where we're up to. Okay, I'll just go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. In fact, I'll put you on the new Be Right Back screen. Oh, sorry. I made a cup of tea as well. All right. Alrighty. We're back. Okay, so I need to think about this a little bit. I think I want like the top surfaces to be slightly warmer. Oh, actually, let's just rough this in really quick. So we're gonna get some light bouncing off the water, but that should actually be kind of cooler on the bottom surfaces like this, right? Or like if we have all of our top surfaces being like slightly warmer just because they're facing upward, and then we have like a cool bounce light. So if he was kind of like this. So if we did it like that, and then we have a cool bounce light. And that cool bounce light can just like affect him in this kind of way. So I'm just testing out how I want this to be. I don't want it to be like really strong either, that it's getting all the... Yeah, that's kind of how I want it to be, I think. Okay, this music's pissing me off. Ugh. There we go. Gosh, damn. What a racket. All right. Any tips to learn splash art? I mean, it's the same tips it would be to learn any kind of making of artwork, really. You just you gotta learn and understand your fundamentals. But okay, let's let's say draw boxes. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, draw boxes. But I mean, splash art in particular, it's hard to separate from learning like art in general. I don't know. It's much more, or can be like much more sort of narrative based, right? So you got to understand composition really well. You got to understand visual storytelling really well. And that I think kind of comes from, you got to watch a lot of films. Got to look a lot of comics. I'm just roughing in what the sort of the steam and stuff should be in here, because that's going to play a big role in. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird question, if I'm honest. Any tips to learn splash art? Anything that helps you make artwork, all of your fundamentals, perspective, anatomy, color, all of that stuff, composition, that all helps to make splash art. Splash art isn't any different from anything else. It's you just use those tools differently, right? You use perspective a bit differently. You use your understanding of composition in a way that's exciting and dynamic or tells a story. There's just all of these things that are not just specific to splash art. They're just art specifics in general, This color palette feels a bit like dessert. Did you say dessert or desert? I'm dyslexic. Dessert overall really pleasant to look at. Instant zen. Oh yeah. Nice. It's meant to be calming. It's a calm moment that we are observing. So it needs to come across that way. Very zen, You have some little birds down here. And then our guy's gonna have some tats as well. I don't know what these tats are going to be yet. I'm just sort of putting some stuff down. But yeah, I do fancy some like kind of bold, kind of more block worky kind of tattoos. I think it'll add like a little bit of nice color pop. Um, a bit more like visual interest. Yo, Lieutenant, what's up? Yeah, so something like this. And then, let's see. Bit of bloom, bit of bloom. Okay, and bird needs to be really small. Bird. Okay, cool. Let's hit save. What do you think? What do we think? Flip it. Let's flip it. I think on here... Yeah, I think the exact placement of tattoos and the design of them definitely needs figuring out for sure. I would agree with you there. I put them down to see what the colors in the space feel like, you know. But yeah, I agree that they just need figuring out. I agree with you, Danny. Danny. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. We'll see. Well, we will design them But first, what I want to do is get the like ambient occlusion shadows and like darker shadows on his body. And then sort out these light shapes, basically. Okay, so we're going to make a multiply layer. Eternal. Yeah, when I get to the point of actually putting these in, I'll try several different designs out, basically, and we'll see. I'm I'm potentially, there could be an argument for this kind of thing with some smaller bits, but also I do like the idea of maybe just doing something a bit more. A bit more like larger, overall, and sort of much more, bolder and geometric and stuff. I'm just not sure what I'm going to do yet. I've just got this layer here right now for, reminder / okay, that's what thumbnail what it could look like. But like I said, right now I'm going to sort out ambient occlusion stuff. Actually, what am I doing? Let's do this on a mask, way easier. Don't worry about the value of this just yet. I'm always going to put this stuff in a lot darker first. Yeah, exactly. The iteration process will probably have like several different versions, and we'll do a vote. Dude, that's massive lats. Yeah. Loop station. No, I don't. Eternal, enlighten me. Send me some stuff. Me and you are generally on the same music wavelength. Yeah, my man is Latzilla. I'll DM you on Discord, but it's just. But to be short, it's beatbox, but you work with a loop station machine. Ah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, like sometimes I can find that stuff pretty hit and miss, you know? I don't know why, but with beatboxing, there's something like try hard about it that really kind of makes me cringe a little bit sometimes. But I can appreciate when it's done well. Maybe you know what I mean. Like, it's a skill, I'm not knocking it, but it's also, sometimes it's a little bit cringe. I don't know. Yeah, are we talking about beatbox? Yeah. So for the loop station, forget the beatbox part. Okay. I love beatbox. Got so distracted. Okay, read that. Custonia, what's going on? Hello, by the way. Hello. I'll send you something. See for yourself. In the end, it's not really beatbox. All right, sweet. I wouldn't really recommend it if it was just beatbox. Yeah, okay, sick. All right. Like I said, you've never let me down on the music front before, so... Why start now? You know? I've been here since yesterday's bait stream. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I had to go live to like test the audio, and baited everyone into a stream that only lasted a very short amount of time. So I'm sorry you've been camping out. Brain is on chest during this painting. Yeah, exactly. I've got lat brain. Girl, he caked up. Girl, he caked up. Bitch, I might be. Holy vroom noise. That might have been outside, actually. Loved your recent post, Alex. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks, mate. And yeah, cheers. Cheers for following all the recents. Just been updating the portfolio with older stuff that I hadn't put out and newer stuff that I've just kind of done recently. You rolling? But you might be. But I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just like working hard at the moment, trying to get some more long-term work in the door. And just trying to figure out what I'm doing next, really. What the future holds for Mr. Heath. So it's yeah. Trying times, but good. Mate, it's just going to be easier to do from... Yeah, let's... Crowns in Art, thanks for the follow. I don't know if that just happened. Dude, he's got angel wings. I bet he could do the powerlifter lat spread really well. Yeah, exactly. He's a beast. Don't get too hung up on it though, Lieutenant Danny. The lats can't hurt you. The lats can't hurt you. Are you doing freelance work meanwhile, or are you just looking for full-time right now? Yeah, I'm doing freelance in the meantime. Yeah, I've got a couple of gigs that are small, illustration stuff. And then in the meantime, I'm doing streaming. I'm working on portfolio stuff. So yeah, this one, well, we'll see where this goes, but this could be a new addition to the portfolio. How's paintball going? Yeah, we've got a tournament this weekend actually. So I'm looking forward to that. Done lots of training for this one. And I've been cycling loads, so I'm real fit right now. Which is another thing about being like mostly unemployed, is you can get really fit again. Paintball stream would be sick. Yeah, I mean it is often live streamed. It's not that great to watch though, if I'm honest. Even as someone who knows how it's played, it's not exactly a spectator sport. Yeah, fencing. It's been hard to get back into. I was at a point with fencing where I was going to start doing tournaments, right? And then COVID hit. Couldn't fence for like a couple of years, and then I just found it really hard to get the motivation back to get into it. It kind of felt a bit weird going back in. And we did try going back a few times, but it's just like, I don't know. Felt kind of strange after COVID with stuff that got taken away during COVID. I sort of developed a bit of a strange relationship with everything that I was unable to do during COVID. It felt like it was kind of taken away from me, and it kind of makes me quite anxious to like do any of those activities that I couldn't do during COVID in a strange way. It's a very weird feeling. I can't exactly explain it, and I'm like aware of it as well, but it's just like anything that I was doing, like climbing was like that. I was doing lots of climbing right before COVID, and then wasn't able to do it during COVID, and then when climbing was something I was able to do again, I just get really anxious because it felt like it was going to get taken away again. And I didn't want to get too into it because I didn't want that, like, I didn't want to have it taken away from me, if you know what I mean. I know it sounds really silly because it's like, it's just a hobby, right? But I don't know. It just, something really sort of clicked in my mind with everything that I was doing before COVID that then got taken away. It was just, I was unable to enjoy it in the same way. It just felt like it was always going to go away. I can't really explain it any better than that, really. It just has like an odd place in my mind now. Like I was climbing loads as well before COVID, but I just, so yeah, paintball and road cycling that's my outlets at the moment. Anyway, I was just passing. Have a nice stream. Nice one. Thank you. And catch you later. Hey, from your experience, which is harder to learn, anatomy or color theory? I think anatomy, personally. I feel like color theory is something that you can learn quite quickly. I wouldn't say it's especially difficult either. Maybe that's a bit of a biased opinion, but like color theory was taught to me, And anatomy was more something I had to learn myself. So it definitely feels like it was harder to learn anatomy, and I still feel like I'm learning anatomy. You know, it's constantly evolving, but my understanding of it and like what I want to do with it and all of that. Whereas color theory, I feel like it's been a strong point since when it was taught to me properly, and then it's not really something I even think about too much. Like for most paintings, when it comes to color, I just kind of know what I want to do. Yeah, time might help. Kind of see what you mean, but never had this feeling that technically you are taking it away before anyone else has the chance. Seems like it. So how do you feel about that? I'm the bad guy. Yeah, I'm the villain. Shit. Anatomy is way more boring to learn. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily agree that it's more boring to learn. But I can see where that sentiment comes from. I think it is just really difficult. It is really difficult to grasp, and it takes a while for things to sink in, I think, with anatomy. There's just so much to it, you know. There's just so much to it. Colors, you can just vibe with it, I think. Yeah, like intuitively, I don't know, color just seems like there is a sense of it that we have. You know, we just sort of encounter it everywhere, and we you know, we see other media and all that kind of stuff, so we're sort of acutely aware of it. Whereas, I don't know, anatomy is just like, it's quite alien to a lot of people, myself included at a certain point. Right. Do you find it easier to teach things you had to struggle through to learn? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I can see what you're getting at there. Yeah, I think you certainly remember things a bit more when you struggled. You remember like the breakthroughs and the things that helped you, I think. I think I would definitely find it a bit more difficult to teach color for sure. Like I said, it is something that I really do not think about at all, really. I aside from being like, oh, I want to do this thing and it's going to have these colors, like it really is much more of an intuitive kind of based on feel thing for me, and then, you know, I sort of correct it as I go, I guess. I don't know. I think it would be a hard one for me to sit down and be like, why did I choose these colors? I think that would be difficult. Well, Dan, this character has the hardest working bikini in the spa as well. Yeah, fair share. Yeah, true enough. It's just more drills doing anatomy stuff. Yeah, I think anatomy for me got more interesting past the beginning when more things had clicked and it was kind of like I started to understand stuff a bit more. Then it became a bit more exciting because there was improvement and stuff going on, you know. But it was a bit of a slog in the beginning for sure. But again, anatomy was something that I had to like engage with a lot myself initially. But then when I was at the atelier school, you know, it's basically being like taught to you and pointed out to you, and that again really kind of accelerated my like for it. I've gotten way more frustrated with not getting the anatomy of something correct rather than not getting the right colours I wanted. Yeah, fair enough. I've only just started learning to draw for about a year. I've been sketching objects and adding shadows under different lighting conditions. After an hour of drawing like that, I just lay down and couldn't get up. Yeah, it's a lot of brain power in the beginning. You honestly need drawing calories, you know. Drawing calories is a real thing. You need to have enough. You need to have enough food to do drawing. You burn a lot of drawing calories, you know. When we talk about anatomy, I feel like gesture play a big part as well later on. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, it's I think like we were talking about this before, but I think you can get really hung up on the wrong things with anatomy for far too long. And I think that's why I enjoy it a lot more now, is that I know what isn't useful to focus on. And I've kept revisiting anatomy over and over and over and over again. Main character does an art attack sesh with his Mac Easy's 20 nuggets and smashes out a masterpiece. I think the hardest thing for me is hard, soft, lost, light, and shadows. It's been killing me recently. Yeah, that when you start learning something as well, there's like just a depth to it and a rabbit hole that you just don't even know is there until you start getting more into it, and then you just, the more you get into something, the less and less you're like, oh my god, I know less and less and less about this the deeper I go, kind of thing. Wait. The peaty hamburgers. Don't bring that burger bastard into this. At one point in my YouTube history, I had the Marco Bucci channel. I had a really hard time with color theory, although I'm still way behind on it. But anatomy came more easily to me because it turned out to be very logical. Broke it down into parts, then put them together. Can you tell I've been working on this stuff kind of a lot lately? Yeah, man. What are you working on now, by the way? Like, what sort of scene are you illustrating? Yeah, so it's kind of like a battle scene with like about 6 dudes on horseback, and they're fighting this big dragon. If you can see that, the dragon's over here, and there's all these dudes on horseback, and then there's going to be this big sort of like castle in the background. Yeah, what do you mean? You can see what I'm working on. It's happily taking a bath, isn't it? Yeah, exactly, Devon. What's going on, my guy? But what's the story? Okay. Well, I don't know. Kishar 100. Give me a story for this guy. Tell me what you think's going on. Here we go, Devon. Devon knows. Yeah, let's just block these out with like block colors to first of all. Moff is telling dank jokes and cracking up Jade, bro. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Umbi Dumby, thanks for the follow. Sorry, since I've reset up my stream because my laptop had a meltdown, and I forgot to set up the stream alerts. Or at least I can't hear them anymore. So maybe you guys can. So I need to sort that out. They're stealth. Okay. Yeah, I need to set them up. I can see them. Biratiro, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I can see them. There's like a panel that I can see them on, that I don't get the sound alert anymore. So this. All right. Okay, give me one sec. It's better. It's getting a bit frantic. Yeah, so I'm just thinking with the tats here. My main concern is like partly using them to sort of help help things read in a way. I don't know. Yeah, that song was a lot. That's why I changed it. I was like, okay. Yeah, don't worry. It eventually like creeped into my consciousness and I was like, hold up. But yeah, if that ever happens again and I haven't realized, feel free to be like, yo, Alex, shift that shit on a little, shall we? Yeah, we were deep in the mix there. About there is quite nice, isn't it? A bit more harmonious with the rest of the colours. Yeah, looks sweet. Okay, cool. So I will like make the edges of these shapes a bit less clean. Um, at a certain point, so that they're not as like crazy sharp. And I need to decide whether I want them to be like tattoos or just like body paint. As to like which kind of edge they should have. You know? And then really like work into the shapes and just make sure that we've got like a nice flow and so on. But I will leave these on here for now just to see how I like them as I work on other stuff, you know? The big dots on the foreground, are they silhouettes for future little birds? Yeah, basically, in New Zealand you get these little birds called fantails, right? And fantails are these cute little birds, but they are also like a symbol of death. Here we go. These are fantails, okay, but they're also a symbol of death, because in the sort of Maori like legend, Maui, who you might have seen made famous in the film Moana, but Maui, he in the sort of Maori legend, he and I'll just tell you the story. He crawls into the vagina of death, the physical embodiment of death, this lady, and he crawls into her while she's asleep, and the fantail is laughing at this, and death wakes up because of the fantail laughing, and she crushes Maui, and that's how he dies, right? And so the fantail is kind of like a symbol of death, and I thought that in this particular like illustration, because we're sort of he isn't meant to be from New Zealand or anything, but there are obviously design elements of this, the Pounamu and all that kind of stuff, which alludes to a certain design aesthetic. I thought maybe I'd put the fantails in there as kind of a bit of a throw back to that, and like this guy being a warrior and warriors being associated with fighting and therefore death. I thought it was just kind of a something to enrich, if you know kind of thing. But yeah, you weren't expecting that story. But that's what happens. And they're not going to put that in Moana, obviously, so 24B? Thank you very much, man. Have a lovely day. Yo, sorry. Yeah, so there you go. Sorry, that was the postman. He just came in again. So yeah, it's not where you thought the story was going, but there was no other way to tell you. That was 0 to 100 so fast. Yeah, I was like, there isn't a way to sort of tell you this story and ease you in gently, so I was just like, we'll just tell it how it is. So yeah, in answer to your question, Eternal, these are going to be fantails at the front, and the one that's on his finger is also a fantail. Lol. Lol. Yeah. So now you know. Yeah, I know, Kisha, and I was just clowning on you before, but yeah, essentially, this guy, I wanted to do like a sort of a splash art, but do do a splash art that is a bit more of narrative and less like, oh, this guy he's a big fighter and like here's him smashing up a thing. Do you know what I mean? Because that's a very obvious thing to do. And I think sometimes it's nicer to like tell a bit more of a sort of a story moment or show the personality of the character, you know, and show that, okay, he's not just like a brute, that he's got a you know, a sort of a more caring side, fatherly side. I don't know what you would call it. But yeah, in this sense, we're showing a sort of a quiet moment where he's just having his bath time as like, you know, the protector of the village, or the champion, the hero of the village. And he's to sort of further show this, we put the fantails in here as obviously the throwback to kind of some you know, a different story, but also it was to sort of show how gentle he is, because it's like we're seeing this big like towering guy with these very powerful fists and like hunking great lats, but he's doing something very delicate, and he's found amusing whatever this little bird is doing or told him, you know. And in that sense, again, it's just like a very personal moment, you know, which then just makes you think like something a bit different about the character. It's just a bit more intimate. Shout out to reoccurring background character Postman. Yeah. Honestly, that guy, he just walks in. He just walks in. Love it. I've always found this sort of work impressive. Exfoliating after execution. Yeah, exactly. Making bath time more intimate with Alex Heath. Yeah. Everybody baths, as the novel. But you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of I could have done like the Hulk smash kind of splash art for this guy, which would be appropriate, right? But also very obvious. And I just think, like, in terms of portfolio work, showing a bit more narrative side to the illustrations that I do, because I have done a ton of these kind of illustrations in the past, that, I don't know, it's just more enjoyable for me. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Devon. You can only do so many hand reaching forward illustrations before you lose it. Yeah, exactly. And I think people are more excited to see something like this, personally, for that same kind of reason. And honestly, like, the champion fantasy of playing a character like this is a bit more engaging for me personally, because you'd be like, you're entering into the fantasy of being like the protector, right? The powerful protector that is, you know, and that's quite an engaging power fantasy. More so in my mind than I'm like big ape smash man. At least that now when you're being that, you're like, I'm fighting for the birds. I'm fighting for the birds, man. I'm fighting to uphold bath time. And isn't that something worth fighting for? But Devin knows. Devin knows. Too many edgelords. Too many a handout coming towards us. Too much. Landing from big jump. Hand on floor. You know. But yeah, maybe you guys disagree. Maybe you're just like, nah, big smash composition's good, but I've done it so many times. There's a place for both. Yeah, no, totally. But I just think I've got that in my portfolio a million times, you know. Enough. People know I can do it. And I have revisited this idea before in different forms, you know. The sort of after the battle chill in, you know. This was from many years ago. It's got a similar vibe. It's got a similar vibe overall, you know. Big fist. But yeah, but there's a lot of this. We got this. This one's in the bag. Big hand in front. Yeah, we got that. We got that one. Got that on lock. You know, we need more, you know, chill moments after battle. They're the ones we're into. My fave paintings are always the quiet moments. Yeah, I think they just offer a bit more depth and personality to characters, and that can be nice. I remember like when the like Runeterra illustrations first came out, and there was lots of that kind of thing in there. I think that's what really drew people to it initially as well, was just like all these sort of little vignettes from around, you know, Runeterra that weren't just the champions, but like all these other characters and like all these other little moments and ideas and like fleshing out the lore and stuff. And it was kind of like, it's quite engaging for people, I think. But especially the quieter moment stuff, I think. Pyro Farmer for the first time and immediately searching up all the art. Yeah, no, that's a really nice one. Do you know what this guy's laugh sounds like in my head? It's like the guy from Predator. The guy who like sacrifices himself. I'm gonna see if I can find the clip. I found it, I think. This is what this guy sounds like laughing. Not this bit. when he first starts laughing. Anyway. Is this referencing a certain character? Seems oddly familiar, perhaps the frequent appearance from the Karu in PoE 2. Yo, yeah, it's not directly referencing anything in particular, but yeah, I can see the comparison there, Quinn. The Karui, they're really good. PoE 2, shout out, great game. Excellent game. Having to avoid looking at playing PoE 2 right now, I would be getting so much less portfolio work done. It's so sick though. I got a copy of your Riftbound card, by the way. So sick to have an actual card. Oh, nice. That's nice. Yeah, I have maybe 20 or so copies of it as well. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but it's nice to have a physical thing. I think because obviously that artwork was not made to be printed, it's printed up terribly. Like, it's so dark. All the colors have like merged together, and then obviously they've cropped it so much. It's sort of kind of funny, but hey, I shan't complain. I've fallen victim to both sides of the spectrum, League of Legends and PoE 2. One that's healthy for the mind. One that's healthy for the mind, and the other, yeah, exactly. Now, PoE 2 is great. When the full game's out, I'm definitely gonna play it again. But I think I'm happy to wait until the full release now. I played it when it first went to early access, and then I played it again a few months. Well, I don't know how long ago. A few months ago, and had a great time again, going through it from the beginning again. So I think now I'm just going to wait until till the full game's released. I'm just putting some little notes here. It's going to have some... Basically, we'll have some like drips coming down him because, oh my god, it's getting real thirsty up in here. Ladies, gents, you can tell I'm drawing on Twitch now because it's getting... I've fully become a Twitch artist. Or it's just thirsty paintings. I remember when I used to convince myself I was doing important market research playing LoL back in the day. Yeah. You gotta do the important market research. You're like, I just need to play League loads, and then I'll understand a bit more about like how to do splash art. I've been there. I've done that. On a more like topic, do you have any tips for poster prints? Planning a birthday piece for a family member. Just make sure that you are like in the right color profiles, really. And if you're going to get it printed somewhere, maybe even ask the print shop if they have color profiles that you can load into Photoshop. So that you know at least as much as you can that what you're printing and what you're painting on screen are going to be somewhat close. You can check what profile you're in here. If you click this little arrow, it will be on like something else, maybe document dimensions. But if you go on profile, you can check the profile. And you can change it. Can't remember where you change it now. But anyway, if you get a color profile from them, you can just load it in and work in that color profile. Hot tub meta is back. Yeah. Hot tub hunks sponsored by Heath. Hell yeah. Do I want the light on that shoulder? Been high elo, so gotta stay high elo. Oh god, man. League. I don't know how people keep up with the patch notes. Okay, guys. Opinion time here. Do we have the light reach over and touch this shoulder here? This is it with. This is it without. With. Without. With. Without. What's the thoughts? Answers on a postcard. Okay, we got two opposites here. Yo, Devon. Light on shoulder, light not on shoulder. Dan Rob says with. Jules says, I like with two. Pulls the other half into the painting. Show me I was washing brushes. Okay. Okay, we've got... okay, light on the shoulder. Light not on the shoulder. On shoulder. Off shoulder. Okay, with. Personally like it with, as it draws my eye to the head more. With, I like it with. It's better with, okay. Alright, well. The crowd has spoken then. With it is. No, we don't have a name for him yet. Yeah, we don't have a name for him yet. Totally open for some names. The eyes have it. Yeah, exactly. Also, the other thing, not that these are necessarily the design that we go for with the tats, or they're not bad. Blue and red. Or where it currently is like green and kind of cerise blue and red, green and cerise. It will obviously make a difference when this hand is a bit more detailed, because at the moment it kind of, when it's green and cerise, I can sort of see the argument for like, it's hard to tell what the jade bits are. But I think, because this is just a blob right now, kind of melds. Yeah. Purple, like here. It's kind of like Wario. Yep. Yeah, tough. I don't know. Maybe it's just the shape. I am sort of leaning towards this colouring a little bit more. Bad answer, but I think both are cool for different reasons. Blue and red makes the character pop, in my opinion. Green pulls nicely into the whole palette. Yeah, the pop. Yeah, green is no good. Yeah, I'm with you here, in that it's all too like samey, and then it's like which material is which. At least this kind of separates those two things out. But maybe I think the shape is what's giving me a bit of an issue here. I like the bicep one because I like the bicep one because it wraps the form nicely, right? This to me is really helping sell the form of the arm loads, and I really like that. But this stuff on the chest and shoulder, okay, it was just above there. Okay. Man, sometimes the end of these like playlists, the songs just go fucking crazy and they drive me up a pole. Okay. Let me do this. Okay. So we get rid of those ones for now. Yeah, so about these ones, having looked at them for a little while, we lose the they join up to the things in the chest, so we lose what they're about or even that they're there. And also the green and green, it's harmonious, but it also makes it maybe you misinterpret those things as like, you know, Ponamu in the skin as well. So I think the solution here is to try something where it's like maybe that really does actually just make it look like he's got huge nipples. Hey, this could be a reason for like moving them or doing something different with them, because it's like what if he had these kind of like triangle kind of ones? Inlaid in. And these, you know, this. Just roughing this in on its own layer so I can sort of look at it, evaluate it. Yeah, I think we'll get rid of the round ones for sure. I think Yeah, okay, we'll get rid of the round ones. You remove his hair and you're like, douche, douche. He's a naked big man. Yeah. Is it E Honda from Street Fighter? No. No, it's not. He's got kind of those vibes though. Yo, Quinn can't aim and Cosmic Law. Thanks for the follows, by the way. I missed that whenever that was. Enjoying the process. Well, thanks. So a lot of these layers are kind of messed up right now while I figure out what this stuff on his chest is going to be. So you can ignore a lot of all this stuff that's going on. Did kind of like these, but what if it was, you know, they're blue, but then in the center of his chest he has this part. It's tough, it's tough. Man, endless possibilities. I do like the big sort of simple kind of suave, you know, just something large and simple. But yeah, it's tough. I think the darker color complements the light here. Yeah, for sure, there is that. It's just yo, thanks Anonymous for gifting some subscriptions out. Thank you. I'm sorry that my alerts aren't like working today, so I can't hear them as they happen, but much appreciated. Thank you for the gifted subs. That's very sweet of you. Yeah, tough. Damn it. I knew this would happen though. I get somewhere and I'm like, what's that design gonna be? Now I just don't know. I still do think I want something embedded in his chest like this. Yeah, I agree with you. I think like the big and simple works quite nicely. And including the neck also. You know, something like this on the neck works quite nice. And again, like something like this in the shoulder. But then do we lose the chest stuff a bit too much? I don't know. I think I'm gonna put these things in the chest and we'll put that kind of paint back on and we'll see where we're at. We can always change it again if we need to. And we'll keep those drips and stuff on their own layer. Drips. I feel like there's one where you had the central gem kind of poking down from the tattoo swoosh, and that seemed unique. There's one where you had the central gem kind of poking down. Oh yeah, okay. I know what you mean. What's quite nice about having them here, I'll just sing the case for this one, is that I do like the that this one can catch the light. You know, it sticks up and out, catches the light like that. At that glancing angle, it's pretty oosh. All right. Right, let's sort all this out then. Let's sort it out. This one's not really going to catch the light so much, but we will give it a top surface. Okay, we're back. We're back on. Sorry, I've been in hard out decision mode. And we're still kind of in hard out decision mode, but we're getting there. We're getting there. There's always one bit in every painting that is going to require the lock-in, I feel. Yo, thanks for the follow. Was it AME 2309? Thank you. Oh, new chest design. Yes. Yes. We've been here for quite some time. Trying to lock this bad boy in. So the things that I've been sort of going around with in my head is like, I want it to be a focal point for sure. I want it to appear like it is embedded in his skin, and that maybe this body paint that is put on is just there to sort of accentuate it and like draw attention to it in a way, but it's like it's hand painted, so it's just got kind of like a rough edge, and so on. And I will do obviously some stuff, maybe it's even like dripping in the water or stuff like that, or like running off in the water a little bit. But yeah, it's almost like he's got this stuff embedded in him, and the painting is like, put on to sort of accentuate that in some way. So it's sort of outlining it a little bit. And obviously I'll paint around and into this stuff a bit more, but he is a champion at the end of the day, like a champion, a hero. There's got to be something a bit extra about it. And I think the body paint helps to give him that sort of, it's almost like a superhero's outfit, right? But it's actually just body paint. But it's doing the function of, superhero outfit kind of thing. It's cosplaying. And like, I like that, at least to me, that the jade kind of has this sort of eyes and nose kind of thing to it, and now the paint is giving it a sort of like almost sort of I don't know, like snake, or like jungle cat kind of fanged kind of thing to it, which I think also maybe helps with the warrior aspect of this guy. Yeah, in a way. I don't know. Maybe you don't like it, but So yeah, unfortunately I won't be able to stay on much longer because I've just got to do a small thing to a bit of work before I can send it off. And I got to cycle home so I can go to the drink and draw. You watching the eclipse later? Oh shit, I forgot about the eclipse. No, I will be in the middle of the city. Listen, I saw one when I was a child. The first time it came around. The first time in my lifetime, anyway. Ages ago, ancient times. Ancient times. Yeah, life is still in black and white. Yeah, when Photoshop was in black and white, for real. $19.99. Yeah. My gran like put a bed sheet out on the garden. We were meant to like try and look at the reflection of the eclipse in the bed sheets, which she was worried that we were gonna like look at it and burn our eyes out. And it all seemed rather far fetched to me. Yeah. 1999 is the 20th century. Bless. Yo, Talisian or Tally sign. Thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months. That's crazy. It's crazy. But thank you, much appreciated. Apparently, you can see it in the tree leaf shadows, so I'll look for that. Yeah. Honestly, I don't remember much about it other than the whole sort of blanket on the ground debacle thing that was going on. Yeah, I remember hearing about the 2017 one when it was going to happen, and I think we were going to try and do something to see it, but it wasn't. You weren't able to see it. But yeah, I'm going to be social this evening. I'm going to go to a drink and draw and, do a little bit of socializing, networking thing, I guess. Lol. It doesn't quite fit in the frame. Oh, let's tear my face off here. That's like the best we can get. Yeah. Thumbnail face. You want thumbnail face? Yeah. But where is it? Perfect. Yeah, no. Alright. Funny. Yeah, so that's gonna have to be... Oh shit, what have I done here? None of my windows are locked down. There we go. Yeah, so that'll have to be where I leave it for today. Like I said, I've got a little bit of work I've got to do before I can send it off. So I've got to go and do that. But yeah, this has been good. It's been good fun today. I will hopefully I'll stream tomorrow. And we'll continue with this. Yeah, it was a good one. We did a lot of like teaching stuff in the beginning, and then jumped into this again. We made some good progress. The chest, the chest and the paint and stuff, it still needs work. I got to get happy with it, but I think, yeah, we made some good progress on it today. It's got the right mood. The colors are kind of where I want them. It's now just a case of like bringing in some details, developing the render a bit. Yeah, looking at some ref, but the general mood is there. Like I said. All of that stuff's working, so yeah. Anyway, thanks again. Thank you for all the new subs. Thanks for all the gifted subs. Thanks for all the new follows. It's been a really good it's been a really good stream for all of that. Yeah, I need to look up Buffman and Hot Tub ref. It's for ref, everyone. It's for reference, okay? Daisy at home just watching me scrolling through Hot Tub Ref on my phone, just like, she's like, you good? I'm like, yeah. Why? All right. It's been good. Peace out, everyone. Thanks for joining. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.